popular architectures of federated learning. The popular architectures of federated learning, one is called star-based federated learning, in which we have a base station, and there is like a users communicate with the base stations, send their local models to the base station. The base station will aggregate all the local models and send the global aggregated model to the base station to do a next iteration. These iterations between the users and the base stations will continue until convergence. Convergence means the local models of the devices is equal to the global model. Means the global model doesn't change, and that is the inference model that the service provider can use to statistically analyze its service. However, there is a problem with this architecture of federated learning. Imagine that this user has weak channel condition to the base station. Again, I want actually to remind you that the base station will not aggregate the models until it received from all the devices. If this user has a weak channel condition, the base station has to wait until this user transmit the models to the base station. This is an issue if there is like a user at the edge, in which the transmission rate between the user and the base station is weak. There is another architecture which improves the connectivity between the users and the cloud server or the base station. It's called hierarchical federated learning. In the hierarchical federated learning, there is like a one hop in the middle between the cloud server and the user. This called relays. So in the relays, it's improved the connectivity of devices to cloud servers. Also, it's bring the relays close to the users such that we can improve the connectivity and the transmission rates. However, there is a problem with this architecture. We have two hop of transmission. This will actually increase the delay. First, the user has to transmit their local models to the relay. The relay will collect all the models and send it to the base station. So we have two hop of transmission. Usually, when we have multi-hop of transmissions, that will cause actually delay. So how can we avoid this problem of centralized federated learning and propose something called decentralized federated learning, which will be the main topic of the tutorial? So there are like a few points in federated learning for those who are interested to do like research in federated learning. We have something called communication for federated learning, in which we have like a system of federated learning, a converged system of federated learning, and we want to improve the communication of this federated learning by minimizing the delay of communication between the users and the base station. Maybe someone will come up with an idea to minimize the energy consumption of the system. And there are like three different focus of the federated learning going on in the literature. First one is resource efficient federated learning, in which we minimize either delay or energy consumption, called learning convergence, in which we propose a new system model of federated learning that has a good learning speed. Means the iterations between the users and the base stations can be like 100 or maybe 150, you don't know, until convergence. And there is also a third direction called secure federated learning. Those researchers are working in secure federated learning. They think that if the user is sharing its local model to the base stations, one of these untrusted users can get the local models from the users, and it can use it to attack the system or to infer some data from the local models. This is another direction of secure federated learning. So now the question is, if we have all these problems of centralized learning, centralized federated learning, why do we need decentralized? First, we know that in federated learning, all the users are transmitting their models to the cloud server, which relies on wireless communication. So we have this limitation. Again, each user that have weak channel conditions impact the federated learning time. As I said, the base station has to wait until all the users transmit their local models. Also, there is a computational resources of the devices. Those devices who have huge data size can consume the power and computational resources easily, and they are not will be involved in the learning again. We need decentralized federated learning to overcome these limitations. Also, we need decentralized to make sure there is like a machine-to-machine communication or device-device communications, such that these devices can collaborate among them. They agree on something, and they aggregate the models without transmitting it to the base station. This will be called decentralized federated learning. It will also have some benefits of reducing energy consumption and also delay of federated learning. Let's go forward for one of the advanced decentralized aggregation for like clustering and device-device communication. Let's have a look at this typical system model. We have a cloud server, and we have a set of users are distributed in an area. These users have like limited transmission range. You know that users are actually built on batteries. Batteries are like limited, and the users cannot transmit for maybe more than 200. It cannot transmit that way. So this user, for example, has a limited coverage range. This one has a limited coverage range. The main idea is how can we let these users collaborate, interact with themselves, and agree on something that can aggregate the models without transmitting to the cloud server. So you can see in this model, these are green devices. This will be called cluster head. Those are in the middle of the cluster will be called cluster head. The cluster head is a device that has many connectivity to the other devices. So we selected this cluster head because it can collect many local models nearby. And there is also here a local cluster head, and there is a cluster head. So in decentralized federated learning, this cluster head will actually collect the local models of the neighbor devices. For example, it will collect the local device from the local model of this one and also the local model of this one. Then it will do the aggregation. The aggregation, for those who doesn't know, is just taking the average of the local models and divided by the number of devices in the cluster. So each of these cluster heads will aggregate the models, and this one will aggregate the models, and this one will aggregate the models. However, we still have a problem. The main problem is if each of this cluster head aggregates its own model without sharing its model with the other cluster head, we will not go to the global model of the whole network. Then how can we solve this problem? We exploit something called a bridge device. This bridge device is located in the conflict area of the two clusters. For example, this actually bridge device will take the model of the cluster head 1 and disseminate it to the cluster head 2. This will actually take the model of cluster head 3 and disseminate it to cluster head 2. So the main idea of these bridge devices is to disseminate the models between the cluster heads, going on back and forth until the convergence. Each of these cluster heads will achieve the global model that was supposed to be by the base station. This is an idea how to avoid the centralized federated learning. In this system model, these users doesn't need to transmit or share anything with the cloud server. The cloud server can be used only for coordination, for scheduling. It cannot be used for federated learning aggregation. So now, given this decentralized system, the question is, how can we minimize the energy consumption while maintaining the convergence speed? Those who are actually wants to know details about this work, it's actually in the archive version, which is submitted this year. So what is the federated learning process? First, the local devices or the devices needs to get a model, initial model, to start their stochastic gradient descent or to start their local learning. These models can be initially random, and then the devices, when they get their data set or they collect data set, they need to do local learning. The local learning is continue few iterations, and the output of this stage will be called local model. And then all of the devices will transmit these local models to the cluster head. There is no base station, sorry, to the cluster head. The cluster head has to wait until all the scheduling devices of its neighbors just transmit their local models, and they will do aggregation. The whole blocks from here to here is called one global iteration. It's called one global federated learning iteration. It will continue for the next global iteration until convergence. So basically, the local models can be represented by W. It is a vector of numbers. And here is the cluster head will do local aggregation, which is the averaging, adding all the local models and divided by the number of devices. And then the braided device will combine and disseminate. So the question is, if we want to minimize energy consumption, there are many things that we need to consider. First, scheduling. Then there will be some constraints to like optimize and to optimize a problem or to solve a problem. What we mean by scheduling? First, we need to select who are the cluster head, and then we need to schedule the devices to the cluster head. This is one of the things. Also, when we talk about energy consumption, what does it mean, energy consumption? If you look carefully at the system model or at the typical model, we have some process. First, users will do local learning. They will consume power for doing local learning. Also, users will transmit to the cluster head, and they will actually consume power for transmission. Okay? I'm receiving like some noise, but continue. So the energy consumption for the local computation or the local learning will depend on how many iterations the user will do. It also depends on the number of samples, the size of the data of the user itself. It also depends on a constant of the capacitance. It also depends on the computational frequency, how the user has a good battery to do learning or not. Also, the other part of energy consumption is called for wireless transmission. When we do wireless transmission, there will be an energy to transmit our models to the cluster head. And this energy in a consumption is the power times the duration, the transmission duration. So now, on the other hand, when we talk about federated learning, we cannot do like the federated learning forever or maybe for 1 hour. No, federated learning is a scheme for low latency application. Means we need to do all the operations until convergence in a few, like in maybe like a second or a millisecond. So this is called federated learning delay. So we have a federated learning delay for local learning. We have a federated learning delay for transmission from the devices to the cluster head. We have also federated learning transmission time from the cluster head back to the users. And this all calculated in these mathematical equations. And this will be the total federated learning time. And T is the number of global iterations until the convergence. So now let's have a look at these different topologies. So we can have like a chain of clusters in which each cluster is connected to the other cluster. Also, we can have fully connected clusters, means this cluster is connected to all other clusters. And also we have hybrid. In the chain of the clusters, disseminating the local aggregated model of this cluster to the other cluster will take time. Maybe it will take based on the number of clusters, but that will delay our process. In the fully connected clusters, the cluster head 1 can actually get the models of this one, and this one in only one iteration, which is an easy to do, but this is an ideal scenario in which we have a cluster head is connected to all devices. This is an ideal scenario. And also we have a hybrid. But in our research, we consider the worst case scenario in which we have a chain of clusters and we minimize those like dissemination steps between cluster 1 and cluster N. So when we have a system model, we need to have assumptions and system constraints. So the assumptions is as follows. The whole process, Hilal, I think there is like
it's very clear. Your voice is very clear here.
Yeah, no, but I actually hear it. I hear it twice.
Excuse me. I'm hearing a lot of noise from the APWiMob.
Somebody's talking.
outside and
Maybe let's see if it is coming from the headset. Let's see.
So how about now?
The echo is gone.
Can you hear me now? Hello?
Okay, you can start. Sorry for the disruption.
Okay, that's okay. I think now it's good. Yeah, I cannot hear my voice 2 times. Okay, so if you can hear me now, so I can continue.
Yes, please continue.
Okay, so when we do like an optimization problem and we have a system model, there will be an assumptions because we are doing like a theory. There will be an assumptions and there will be system constraints that we cannot go beyond. So the assumption is we will do the federated learning through iterations, from iteration 1 to iteration T until the convergence of the model. And also, when we do federated learning, it is a bit difficult to do it while the devices are moving. So we consider that in most of the literature review, they consider that devices have fixed locations in one iteration, and then they can move in the next iteration. And also new users will come and they will have their own data set. So what will be the constraints in our system model? First, each device will share its local model with only 1 cluster head. It cannot share with 2 cluster heads. That will be a scheduling problem. Also, the bridge device that is located in the middle of 2 cluster heads has to be assigned to at least two cluster heads. For example, this bridge device has to be assigned between 2 cluster heads for dissemination purposes. And also, devices are scheduled to the cluster heads that are located in their coverage zone. I'm a cluster head. I cannot schedule a device that is 500 meters away from my site. No, I will have to schedule those who are neighbors to me. These are a constraint. Also, there is like a local computation resource allocation. The user has like a very limited local computation based on their batteries. And also the total number of RRBs can be reused between the adjacent cluster heads. So the optimization problem of the energy consumption minimization is given by this mathematical formulation, which is E is the total energy of the system. And these are the constraints that I actually explained. And remember, when I said federated learning is actually a good technique for low latency applications, this is the constraint that will show. The total federated learning time has to be less than Tmax, which is 1 second. So in the whole literature, they consider it as 1 second. Means the whole process of federated learning can be in 1 second or like a few seconds. And then the base station will actually aggregate the model and take the inference model for the service provider. So the problem solution of such problem is in Bihar because it has a discrete constraints scheduling, and it has a continuous constraint, which is a mixed integer problem that is difficult to solve. However, we propose, like in this scheme, we propose like an iterative approach in which we first solve the scheduling of the cluster head and the devices. And based on the scheduling, we solve the frequency allocation subproblem. And the key contribution of this one, we first propose a decentralized model dissemination that maintains the same convergence of the centralized without any participation of the cloud server or the base station. We offload the base station. And also we minimize the energy and federated learning time. So there is like a trade-off. There is like an interesting trade-off in the decentralized federated learning. Let's assume we have one big cluster. So if we go back to this one, let's assume we have one big cluster. This is not valid in device communications because each device has a limited range to transmit and receive. Let's say we have many small clusters. So we have cluster head 1, so from cluster 1 to cluster 100. This actually, we will have like many dissemination rounds to disseminate the model from cluster head 1 to cluster head 100. This will actually slow down the convergence rate of the federated learning. So what should we do instead of having big clusters or small clusters, the proposed scheme actually like solving this trade-off by forming a set of suitable clusters and select the cluster head that is connected, that is actually connects to many devices in the network. So for the simulation results, we consider like a cellular network with 900 meters, and we consider like orthogonal RRBs, means each cluster head will have some resources, orthogonal resources. This is actually to avoid the interference. Someone can extend this work by doing interference management, which should be an interesting problem to solve. We consider the MNIST dataset, which is a digits from 0 to 9. And the problem is image classification task. For like comparing the schemes, we actually compare star-based federated learning, in which there is a base station, collects all the local models, aggregate, and send back to the users. Also, we consider the hierarchical federated learning scheme, in which we have 2 hubs of transmissions, as I explained, and our like scheme. So when we study the accuracy versus the number of global iterations, we actually achieve that. If we have like a number of iteration of 100 or 150, the accuracy of our model is exactly the same as the accuracy of the centralized schemes, either hierarchical or star-based station scheme. This is actually a very good, interesting results because we offload the base station. We don't actually rely on the base station. We build our own model by interaction between devices, and we achieve the same accuracy. So the good point is, at the same number of iterations, with the same accuracy, we calculated the summation of the energy consumption. We actually add the energy for all iterations until 150 iterations, and we calculated the energy of all these schemes, and we found that our actually proposed scheme consumes only 0.2 something energy consumption. For this one, it's consumed 0.4. For the star-based, it's consumed almost 1. This means device-device communications or machine-to-machine communications are very efficient for minimizing energy and also for minimizing federated learning time. However, there will be a problem. I mean, when we do something, there is a trade-off. The signaling overhead of the devices will actually increase a lot because you need to communicate between devices and cluster heads. And also, we found that with our proposed scheme, with the same number of iterations, we minimize the federated learning time. The federated learning time is the summation of local learning time plus the transmission time between the users and cluster head. And you can see here in the hierarchical federated learning, the federated learning time is the worst. This is, as I mentioned in the beginning, because hierarchical federated learning time relies on 2 hop transmissions. For example, from the user to the relay, and then from the relay to the base station, and that will apply backward from the base station to the relay and then to the users. This is called hierarchical federated learning. And also we tested our proposed scheme with the energy consumption, and we can see that if we increase the number of users, that is intuitively easy to explain. The energy consumption is increasing because we are adding the energy consumption for all the users. And also the federated learning time is increasing if we increase the number of users. However, our proposed scheme is still better than the other schemes, either like hierarchical or star-based technology. So the main outcome of this part of the tutorial is someone can actually come up with a decentralized federated learning to offload the base station, because base station sometimes is busy of doing something, busy of doing scheduling or doing some applications. We want to bring the rule of the base station to the network edge without involving the base station of doing scheduling or aggregating. And we found that we can minimize energy. We can also minimize federated learning time with the base station. The main interesting point of our funding here is, if we consider like a base station and a set of users, the resources cannot be reused. I mean, when we have 10 users, we have 10 RRBs, we will use only those 10 resources. We cannot reuse them. However, in decentralized federated learning, we can reuse the resources of the cluster head 1 by the other cluster head. Let's go back to this model and see. So let's say we have 10 resources here, subcarriers. Resources means subcarriers. We have 10 subcarriers here. Those 10 subcarriers can be used here because those are in a different geographic area. There is no interference between those. This is the good point of decentralized federated learning. We can have like a massive network of hundreds of users with small number of resources, because we will reuse the resources. This is the first part of the decentralized federated learning. And someone can come up with another idea. For example, they will say, okay, building the decentralized federated learning needs like overhead, needs signaling overhead and communication between the devices. Someone will come up with another idea of decentralized model dissemination by integrating UAVs, as we will explain here. Let's say we have a set of UAVs. These UAVs can fly over a target and collect the local models of the devices. For example, this devices doesn't have a good connection to the cloud server or the users. We can easily set up UAVs to these targets and collect the local models. These actually users will transmit the local models to the UAV. UAV will do the aggregation. And then for dissemination, the local aggregated models between the UAVs, there will be like a line of sight communication, because the UAVs are flying on the air, so there will be line of sight between them. For example, UAV 1 will disseminate the local aggregated model to UAV 2, and also UAV 2 will disseminate to UAV 3. In this case, we don't need the cloud server. This is another like interesting work that we have done so far for proposing decentralized federated learning scheme. And you know that when we have like UAV, we can establish line of sight connection between the UAV and the ground users. And also it's a rapid deployment. We don't have to have like a fixed deployment of like base stations and cloud servers. UAV can fly over for like short period of time, collect the local models and send it to the center. Also, we can adjust the mobility of the UAVs. It can be high altitude or maybe low altitude. The UAVs can serve as aerial base stations or relays for like a short period of time, because the UAVs cannot fly for a long time because of the battery. The hovering time of the UAVs depends on the battery. The integration of the UAVs with the base station is called aerial terrestrial integrated networks. This is like a very interesting system model to consider. It will integrate both UAVs and small base stations or terrestrial base stations. How can we use this system model, ATIN? First, it can be used in extending cellular coverage into remote areas. If there is like an area that is so far from the base station, we can extend this ATINs. Also, it can recover telecommunication services in disaster-affected areas. It can also relay information and distribute data between the sensor networks. So the main idea here, we first need to optimize the location of UAVs such that it will have line of sight to the ground user. When we have line of sight, it means the transmission rate will be high. And here, some of these users will be blocking by a building, trees, or whatever. They cannot transmit the model to the UAV. They can transmit the model, but they will have like weak channel conditions, and we don't want this one. So those who doesn't have line of sight, they can actually communicate with the UAVs through the line of sight users, which are the idle users. They don't have a good data set, or they are actually on idle. So for example, device 3 can send to the device 4 to be forwarded to the UAV. There will be 2 hop of transmission to the UAV. Then the UAV will do the dissemination and will aggregate the models, and it will achieve the global model without involving the cloud server. This paper is submitted to the attribute transaction on vehicular technology. And here is the transmission time structure. If those who are interested, they can read the paper. So what is the research question here? The question is how to develop a low complexity efficient model dissemination without involving the cloud server. We can say we will have like a device to UAV communications, and we also have a distributed UAV to UAV scheduling for dissemination. Why we need to have like ATINs first with device-to-device communications? We need to increase the number of participant devices. You know that when we have a system model and we have like a set of devices. If we increase the number of devices involved in the learning, the convergence of the federated learning will go down. So to exploit the idle time of line of sight devices called relays, so the main objective is how can we develop a resource efficient federated learning that is centralized, that can achieve the global model with minimum number of dissemination rounds. And also we need to reduce the energy consumption, because the main topic of this tutorial is about how to propose green communication system. Okay, I think time is running, so we will just skip all these things. So what will be the federated learning process and model dissemination? It's first like a communication between the users and the UAVs. UAVs will aggregate the models, then disseminate between them, and then send it back to the users for the next iteration. And here we can actually consider two scenarios of UAVs. Either they are all fully connected or partially connected. These are an ideal scenario. We cannot actually guarantee that all the UAVs are connected. However, partial connected is a realistic, and this is what we consider. So we will actually skip all these like rounds, and we will have like a system constraints as we explained before. An optimization problem is the summation of the energy consumption of devices plus the energy consumption of users. And we will go actually to the simulation results and the main findings here. So when we do like machine learning, there are like two data sets to consider, either MNIST or Cypher10. Both are a good data set to consider in machine learning for doing image classification tasks. When we do MNIST, it means digits from 0 to 9. But when we have Cypher, we have actually like an actual images of cats, dogs, trucks, all these things. And then we consider three different schemes: star-based, hierarchical, and federated learning model with full dissemination. And we also consider our model with partial dissemination. Means when we do full dissemination, means each of the UAV will disseminate to the other UAV until they converge, or each of the UAV will actually get the local model. But when we do partial dissemination, means I'm actually disseminating my model to the neighbor, and I don't care about those who are far away from me. Okay, so we still have like 5 minutes. So we can actually have a look at this one. When we have like full dissemination, our model is converged and it has an accuracy of 0.95. And when we have like a partial dissemination, you can see here is like a zigzag of like learning, and the accuracy is not stable, and it is going maximum of 0.7. This means that the UAV or the local aggregator doesn't get the global model of the whole network. It's only getting some knowledge of the other neighboring UAVs. And also here it's applied for the Cypher10 dataset with the same actually strategy. And we consider like different topologies, which like fully connected and partially connected. For the fully connected, it can go to 0.95 easily, because each UAV is connected to all other UAVs and get the models easily. But for the partial dissemination and partial connectivity, it's not easy to get like 0.8 accuracy. This is because the UAV doesn't aggregate all the models of the other UAVs. And for the energy consumption, we are actually getting better like energy consumption compared to the random scheduling, in which the devices will be randomly scheduled to the UAVs. However, our proposed like model has like a better energy consumption. And here is the outcome of like our like the second part of the tutorial, which we achieve decentralized model using like UAVs while we are maintaining the convergence rate. So let's skip this one. And for those who are really interested in doing like federated learning research, they can email me on this email. And thank you so much for listening and for I'm sorry about the noise that was happening. If you have any questions, just ask me and then we will discuss.
I have so many questions, but let's give this opportunity to the audience.
Yeah.
Also, not only here, also in the Zoom meeting, you can raise your hand if you have any question. From the ballroom, is there any question from the audience? And also from the Zoom meeting, from the virtual room, is there any question? You can raise your hand. You can use the raise hand feature in the Zoom. Okay, if there is no question, so I will take this opportunity myself. Okay, actually there are so many, but let's start with the easiest one from the simple one. Actually, you show so many schemes, so many community scheme for the learning method that you propose. I believe this will be a very hot topic in the next few years, because I noticed that you are very active on this area as well. Actually, what kind of machine learning tasks that you perform on the simulation, on your experiment? What kind of machine learning task? Is it a classification? Is it a regression, or any other type of task?
Yeah, thank you, Hilal, for this question. And yes, you're right. Federated learning is a really hot area these days, and it will continue actually for the next maybe 5 or maybe 7 years. And the main thing with federated learning, they are actually trying to propose a federated learning with very fast speed convergence. And related to your question about what kind of task I'm using in my simulation is classification task. As I explained in that scheme, if we have an image and we need actually to classify this image based on the trained model. People, they can do regression, but in my simulation, actually, I'm doing classification task.
The task that you perform in the simulation is the classification that you show in the beginning.
Yes, it is classification.
I think that one is MNIST, right?
Yes, I consider actually two different data sets, which is MNIST and Cypher 10.
During the iterative based, like gradient descent method, or what kind of learning that you use?
Yeah, it is like a gradient descent method for doing local learning. Yes.
Beginning, you start with the task about with the concept of further learning using averaging. Is that true that you average the weights of the model that you develop? If I'm not mistaken, I see from your slide.
Yeah. So in federated learning, let's say we have two users. This user actually will do local learning based on image classification task of NS or Cypher 10. Then they will share the local models with the base station. The base station will do the aggregation. The aggregation is a very simple task that can do averaging. This is actually called federated averaging scheme. This is scheme that we are using in our simulations or in most of the literature. Yes, it's averaging.
And also there will be an advanced communication scheme during the weight updates. Yes, and also you skip a lot actually, but I'm interested with the aerial vehicle. This is also very hot topic. This is a very active area using the UAV. For this case, actually, what kind of also relate to the first question, what kind of task that you can imagine from this scheme for the UAV case?
What sorry about your question. What kind of task?
Kind of machine learning task of federated learning task for this issue, for this case.
Okay, so for this aerial terrestrial integrated networks, it's really good system model to consider. It's actually can fit the 5th generation and 6th generation, because we will use UAVs anyway, and UAV can actually establish line of sight with the local devices. And for the task, we are using actually the same. It's like a classification task. For example, we have MNIST or Cypher 10, which is 60,000 images. and then each of the images will have actually like labels. We divide these images and labels between users, and each of the user will do local learning based on their data set. And then when we do the validation, we get like a new images and new labels, and we see if this user actually trained their models very well or not, and then we tested the accuracy. When we say the accuracy is not 0.95, means the local users are trained very well, and if you give them like 100 images, only 5 of them will be mistaken, and then 95% of these images will actually get like an accurate labels. So we use like image classification task.
I think that's all from my side. If there is no more question, I will end this session. First of all, I would like to say our gratitude from the committee, from the organizer, to Dr. Albiat for his time to deliver his speech about this federated learnings. I hope this will encourage us to start research about this topic, because I believe this will be a very hot topic in the next couple of years. Okay. Once again, thank you very much, Dr. Albiat. Hopefully, in the next APWiMob, you can come here and deliver another keynote speech on site here.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Bilal, for inviting me for this speech. And also, I would like to thank the organizers of this conference, and also for the university. And if there is like any collaboration between me or any of those students who are attending and interested in federated learning, I'm so happy to help.
Thank you very much. Okay, see you.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, see you.
Okay, this will be the end of the first tutorial session. I'm the moderator. Will give the time to the MC. Thank you very much. Okay, see you.
A wonderful explanation from Dr. Albiat as our speakers. And I would like to say thank you so much again for our Dr. Hilal Hudan as to be our moderators.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will have a 15-minute coffee break before our next session. Please enjoy the coffee break prepared by us, and please come back to the room for the next session at 10:20.
Satu dua tiga. Cek. Satu dua tiga. Cek cek. Cek satu dua tiga. Satu dua. Cek cut, masuk cut. Cek satu dua.
Oh,
Well, you done me, and you bet I felt it. I tried to be chill, but you're so hot that I melt. I fell right through the cracks, and now I'm trying to get back. Before the cool done run out, I'll be giving it my best. This and nothing.
We would kindly like to invite all the participants to come to the room because the session will begin shortly. Once again, I would like to announce that we would kindly invite all of the participants to come to the room because the session will begin shortly. Thank you. Thank you once again for your consideration to come back to this session. We are pleased to have you shortly back for everyone, since we will continue for the next session, which is a speech from our second moderator. And we would like to invite him to introduce our beautiful speakers. But I would like to introduce our moderator first. Currently, he is a lecturer at Telkom University, which is the best private university in Indonesia, the director of signal processing for the Intelligence System Laboratory. His research interests included computer vision, deep learning, and initial image inspection. We would kindly to invite Dr. Fiatul Akhyar as our moderator for this session. So for Dr. Fiatul Akhyar, the time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. No? No sound. Okay, okay. Okay, I start. Good morning, good day, everyone. I am Dr. Fiatul Akhyar. Today I will be the second moderator of our great event, the APWiMob conference. So this I will lead, and I would like to welcome our very wonderful speaker, our Honorable Professor Chiang Lin from UNZ University, Taiwan. Before I would like to read the biography of our Honorable speaker, Professor Chiang Lin. Professor Chiang Lin is a senior member of IEEE, and he is a professor with the Department of Electrical Engineering and the Dean of International Academy, UNZ University, Taoyuan, Taiwan. Okay. He is an IET fellow and has authored and co-authored over 150 papers in international conference and journals with high citations, and received Best Paper Awards from Pacific Rim Conference on Multimedia, PCM, in 2008, Best Paper Awards and Excellent Paper Award from IPPR Conference and Computer Visions, Graphics and Image Processing Conference in 2009, 2013, and 2019. Best Paper Award from 6th International Visual Informatics Conference 2019, IPIC, and Best Paper Award from 2nd International Conference and Broadband Communications, Wireless and Powering in 2020. He served as a program chair, session chair, publication chair, publicity chair, or workshop organizer in many international conferences, including HV, ICC, ACCV, IEEE Multimedia, Big Data, SCM, IH, MN sections, APSIPA, and CPGIP. He is also a regular reviewer of the IEEE transactions of image processing and IEEE transactions on circuits and system for video technology. The IEEE transaction on multimedia, IEEE access, and many other prestigious Elsevier journals. His research field include computer vision, machine learning, deep learning, image processing, big data analysis, and the design of surveillance system. Okay, now we can give a big applause to Professor Chiang Lin. Okay, Professor, or want to stay? We welcome the time for Professor Chiang Lin to deliver the speech.
Okay. Hello, everyone. Can you hear me? Is that all right? All right. Okay. Thank you. Thank you for Dr. Vidya's introduction. And I'm Zhiyang Lin from Taiwan, and I'm very happy to be here to meet everyone. I've been to Jakarta several times ago, but I never have been to Bandung, right? Yeah. So this is a very wonderful time that I find out Bandung is a more lovely city than Jakarta is. It's very the weather is very comfortable, and the environment is so wonderful. So I think my next time, if I have the chance to visit Indonesia, Bandung should be my first choice to come to visit all of you and Dr. Vidya. Okay, so this is my speech topic when deep learning meets computer vision. And in this topic, we will learn about how can we use computer vision to improve our lives, or to use the computer technology to help us doing some very interesting things. Okay, next one. Okay, and this is my short introduction. I think Vidya has introduced me a lot, so I think I can skip off this. Okay. So before my talk, maybe most of you know about my university, Yuanzhi University. So I will give some a little bit minutes to introduce my university. Okay, next one. Okay, my university, Yuanzhi University, was founded by the Far Eastern Group, and it's one of the biggest group in Taiwan. So you can see the Far Eastern Group has many different kind of industries, including the energy, the synthetic fibers, materials, transportation, construction, entertainment. We have our own banking systems, and also the communication company and hotel, and then the university. So students in our university had a lot of opportunity to do the internship with the companies in our group. Okay, next one. And where is our university? I think Vidya already very familiar with our university here. Has been there for 4 years, right? So I think it's very convenient if you would like to visit us when you arrive in Taiwan at the international airport. You just need to take the taxi or the public transportation system. It's only about around 25 minutes. Okay, 25 minutes. Then you can arrive at our university. So our university is very close to the international airport. And also, if you like to go to, I know when you hear about Taiwan, you always hear about Taipei, right? Taipei City. And it's very convenient to access Taipei from our university. It's just around 14 minutes. And if you would like to take everywhere in Taiwan from our university, you just need to take 15 minutes by foot, because we have a train station near to our university. Okay, next one. Yeah, so the above is my short introduction of my university, and now we come back to my lab and my research, my current research. And our lab focuses on computer vision technology, and you know that computer vision is a very complicated and a very advanced topic. What it uses in our daily life. So how to let the computer, just like our human eyes. I mean, our human eyes can see everything and can quickly understand what we see, right? So the computer vision in this field is deeply related to machine learning. And machine learning, currently the very hot topic is deep learning, right? Because the deep learning has some kind of advantages compared to other traditional machine learning ways. So in the current era, when we are learning about computer vision, you must learn deep learning, this kind of technology. Otherwise, you cannot achieve a very, very good or very robust computer vision system. Okay, next one. So what are we doing at lab? We in our lab we have PhD and master students and also the internship students to work together to implement the systems for the industry, and also we are doing the very advanced research topic to publish our research results in the very high reputational conferences or journals. Okay, next one. Okay, so in the following, I will talk about some topics related to automatic driving applications. And one of the topic is the pedestrian detection. And you can see that when you see the picture at your right hand side, this one, laser point or that's all right. No laser point. No, that's all right. That's all right. Okay. So if you see the image on your right hand side, you can see even use your human eyes to count how many people in the image. It's not easy, right? Because there are so many people in a single image, and then they are occluded each other. So it's not easy by our human eye. Not to mention if you would like to use the computer vision to count the exact number, how many people in the image, right? So it's a very, very challenging task in our computer vision field. So how could we solve this problem? And even better than our humans. Okay, next one. So in this topic, when you are doing the research, the most important thing is, I think if you have earned, if you have been trained and you have earned the degrees, no matter PhD or master, I think you are very clear that doing research is what is the most important point of doing research. That is the novelty, right? If you have no novelty, that's just a homework, right? Because you have no difference from other research work. So when you are doing the research, when you do this topic, when you handle this topic or every kind of topic, the first point, the first work that you need to understand is what's the most difficult part of this field, and then you need to figure out the idea that no one has found in this field. So that is a novelty. So in order to solve this problem, we come up with an idea that head shoulder, because before we publish the paper, all the papers for this topic is to focus on detect the full body. Okay, to detect the full body. But we understand people, if you have many people in a single image, people are very easy to obscure by each other. So the full body, if you use the full body, in many cases, it's very difficult to detect the full body human. So So we find out that if we don't need to detect the full body, instead, if we just detect the head shoulder, all right? So why we would like to choose the head shoulder, because head shoulder is our upper part of the body, and it is not easy to obscure or occluded by other people or other objects. Just like if I stand here, maybe my foot are occluded by the table, but my upper body obviously can be found. So that's a main idea of the head shoulder. So when you have the main idea, then it will be much easier to do the research direction on this topic. All right, so next one. So this is a network that we designed to implement our idea, right? When you have the idea, that's very good. But how to implement the idea, this is another story, right? So if you like to do research, you have to have two kind of two things that you need to train yourself. The first thing is you need to use to thinking of the ideas. The other thing is you need to know how to implement the idea. So if you are the undergraduate student, I'm not sure if are there any undergraduate students here. If you are the undergraduate students, most important thing is you need to be very skillful for implementation. That's the most important part when you are the undergraduate student. So when we come up with the idea that head shoulder can be a very good contribution to the pedestrian detection, then we design the network part, the deep learning network part. In today's presentation, I will skip the network structure design because it's kind of complicated, and if you are not familiar with the deep learning network structure, you will have no idea what I'm talking about. So I just show you how we design, roughly show you how we design the network. So in this network, we have two branches of our structure. The first branch is for the conventional full body. We still need the full body because full body, in some cases, it can detect the pedestrian directory. But for some cases, if the human has been occluded, then we can use the branch of the head shoulder branch to detect the upper body part, and then we fuse them together to get the final results. Okay, next one. So here are our demo video. Okay, can you play the video? Okay, stop. Okay, so yeah, so here you can see this woman. It's clear for our human eyes. It's very clear to see that there is a pedestrian over there, but in our machine learning model, in some cases, it will miss the pedestrian, and it's very not easy to handle this, because we all know machine learning, when you train model by the machine learning, it's not perfect. No model is perfect, right? There is no 100% accuracy of the model. No one, right? So in some cases, you have no idea why the model cannot detect this person. So that's why we use the head shoulder, because when the full body part is failed, then we can use the head shoulder to detect the person. So we will not miss in this kind of scenario. Okay, go on. So you can see our head shoulder is colored in green, and full body is in blue. So you can see the difference between them. So with the head shoulder part, we can greatly improve the accuracy of the protection detection. All right. So this is a very simple example to let us know when you're doing the research, finding the problem and come up with the idea and the implementation. All these processes are very important to complete a paper. You know, to publish a good paper is never an easy job. You need to do a lot of things to prepare a lot of knowledge and implementation skill. Next one. Okay, another one is the rain removal, and this topic is very important for auto driving car, because the current auto driving car is heavily rely on cameras, right? Just like the Tesla. The Tesla has I think more than 6 cameras in a single car, right? So when it rains, the camera will be deeply affected by the raindrops. So in this kind of situation, how could you remove the rain from the image is very important to assure the safety of the auto driving. Okay, next one. So in this research, I think Dr. Vidya also the one of the author of this research, and when we published the paper at the moment, I think our result is the best one in the world. Okay, so what is rain removal? You can see the image on your left hand side. That is the original image, and you can see that the raindrops has obscured most of the objects in the image, right? So it may affect the foreign process, for example, the object recognition or segmentation, this kind of tasks, and they will affect the safety of the auto driving. So our result is on your right hand side. You can see the image can be clearly remove all the raindrops, right? Okay, next one. So even you have the very, very heavy rain, just like the left hand side, we can clearly remove all the rains. All right, so that's I think our result is already very close to the original, no rain image. Okay, next one. And in this research work, we even can only extract the raindrop itself, right? So it depends on what you want to use that. If you would like to use the raindrop to do any kind of special effect, then you can use it. Okay, next one. So what's the main idea of this network? When we were doing the research, we are thinking about it, because if you would like to deal with the problem, you always need to understand the previous research work, right? So we are thinking about how to handle this problem that will be better than the state-of-the-art methods. So in this network, we propose the method. I think this is the first idea that we use the second iteration of the raindrop process. The first iteration that we design is for the main part of the raindrop. So for the raindrop, you can see that raindrop itself is kind of complicated. It has the main part and the detail parts. If you analyze the raindrops, all right? So for the first iteration, we extract the main part of the raindrop, and then we use the output R1 as the input for the second iteration. Okay, so according to the information of the main part of the raindrop, then we can use the same backbone. In this structure, we use the same backbone for the 2 iterations. Okay, so our computations will not cost our much resource. And then in the second iteration, we can finally find out all the details of the raindrop and then get the final result. Okay, next one. Okay, so and after this, we also do some research about the image segmentation. This one. And in this research, we propose our method called GeoNet. It's a global local network structure. And our proposed method was compared with DLab V3. And if you are doing this research, you will know DLab was proposed by Google Research. So, you know, sometimes it's not very easy when you are challenging the research result with a very famous company, you know. So in our research work, you can see that this is a result of DLab V3, and this is our result, and our detailed part can be better than the DLab V3. And next one. And we submitted our result and program and the models to the platform, because there is a open platform that you can submit your model, and then the platform will test your model to see how good of your model and compare to the state-of-the-art methods. And when we submitted in 2020, our proposed method got 11th in the world. So it's not bad. But the research is like this. If you would like to be the the number one or in front of many other top researchers, you need to continue this research. Otherwise, in 2020 we were 11th, right? But now you know, we have no any ranks because we don't continue this kind of research. So it's very important that if you are really interested in this topic, then you need to, you know, keep continuing doing the same topic and keep yourself in the very top rank in the world. Okay, next one. Okay, and this is our network structure. So you can see from our first idea and our first research topic to this one, we design very different kind of structure to solve different kind of problems, and that's what you need to learn, how to design different network structure to solve different problems, because there is no unique network structure to solve every problem. All right? Okay, thank you. Next one. Okay, so the above is the application to related to the auto driving, and in the following, I would like to introduce the computer vision application that we can use for medical imaging, and how the computer vision help the disadvantaged groups. Okay. So here is an example that this is a real case of the scoliosis patient. So you can see the spine here is kind of curved. It's not straight like our normal human. So the patient with the scoliosis need to be conducted by the surgery that to straighten the patient's spine. So in this topic, our goal is to design the surgical guide over there in the pink color. And the surgical guide should be very fit to your, we call it vertebra. The vertebra means the one piece of your spine. And because our human spine consists of many vertebra, so you need to segment the vertebra, and you need to design the surgical template, the pink color object. And then we have two tubes over here, right? We have two tubes here. The two tubes, we need to put the nail into the tube, and the doctor just need to plant the nail into the bone, into the vertebra. So, you know, in the traditional surgery of this kind of case, because when in the surgery, the patient was lying down the bed, so the doctor just can see the back of the patient, and the doctor has no idea about, just like this one, has no idea about the which place that our nail can be planted. So the doctor needs to spend a lot of time to feel which bone or which place that the doctor need to put the nail into the bone. So this is why we have this kind of research to help the doctor understand the correct path for the nail and speed up all the surgery. Okay, next one. So this is a network structure for the 3D segmentation that we have been we have told that we need to segment our vertebra from our spine, and the 3D segmentation should be very, very, you know, accurate for a spine segmentation. Okay, next one. Okay, and here is our demo video. And you can see that the whole system was designed by our own. We do not buy any other software into our system. We design it all by our own stuff. So this the three viewpoints of the CT images. And this for the vertebra, the spine segmentation. Yeah, so this is a result of our segmentation. And then we can pick up one vertebra if the doctor would like to plant the nail into the bone. So you can see that this is the area that we can put the nail. Okay, it's a very narrow, very thin. So the direction, the path is very important for a doctor to put the nail into the right place. So we calculate the density of the bone and to determine which path is the best path for the surgery. Okay, and after we determine the path, we need to create the surgical template. So we create the tube here, and also we create the template. And then if some patients that the bone has serious damage, sometimes we need to pick up not only one vertebra. We need to pick up maybe two vertebra to build up the template here. So in this case, we need to design the 4 tubes for this kind of case. Okay, so after we design the surgical template, the template can be sent out to the 3D printer. So it's a real case that we put the nail into the tube and fix the nail into the bone. Okay. Okay, we don't make it color because it's not good for everyone after a meeting, especially it's lunchtime. It's almost lunchtime. Okay, next one. All right, so here's another topic that we design our vision system to help the visually impaired people in Taiwan. So yeah, next one. So here we would like to find out some specific logos or symbols for visually impaired people because they cannot see anything and they want to see a specific store, just like I like to go to the supermarket, or I like to go to OK Mart, or I like to go to Starbucks. So for the visually impaired people, they have some specific stores that they would like to go. And how could you find out the store that they would like to go? Maybe you will ask a question that we have GPS in our mobile phone, right? However, GPS cannot lead you to the in front of the door. The GPS just can lead you to the nearby the store, right? So how to accurately lead the impaired people to the in front of the store? You still need to use the computer vision. Okay, so this is a very sorry, go to the previous one. Yeah, this is a very conventional street in Taiwan that you can see. There are so many symbols on both sides of the road. So how to find out only one specific symbol is very challenging. It means you need to ignore 99% of the irrelative symbols. Okay, can you play the video? No, previous one. You can play the video. So here we detect the OK Mart. OK Mart is our convenience store in Taiwan. Okay, and this also our another kind of middle size of the supermarket, and this is Family Mart, and this is our gas station, and also McDonald's. So you can see we have done this project from the scratch. It means you need to collect the data in the beginning, and it's not easy, you know, because we have collected more than 10 million images. And do you know how do we do that? How do you collect more than 10 million images within 1 year? And the 10 million images, there is only 1% images that contain our specific logos. Because in this case, we contact the visually people, which stores that you usually would like to go. And they told us there are just like 15 stores that they usually would like to go. So we just need to collect the 15 different kind of symbols. And when you collect the data, when you do a computer vision, you need to collect different kind of viewpoints of the symbol. So how could you collect the data is still very important when you deal with the real problem. if you are interested in that, maybe we can discuss with that after meeting. Okay, later on. So this is a real case that we integrate all the system, all the functions in one small device here. So this guy is a real blind person. He cannot see anything. So he carry our system here. We embed all our system into this small device, and he just hear the instructions from our system, and from this point to the MRT station. Okay, can you play the video? So you can see he can cross the road, and we set up many different kind of difficulties for our system and for this blind person. So we set up many obstacles and also other kind of difficulties for our system. And then our system will lead the person to the OKMart convenience store, and then it will lead the person to across the street and to arrive at the MRT station. Okay. Yeah, so this is a demo. But you know that this system is still not perfect. We still have many challenges. So we will keep continuing develop that kind of system to help the disadvantaged groups. Okay, next one. Okay, so in the following, I will introduce some interesting topic related to the industry and our lives. Okay, next one. And this industry cases. I think Vidya is an expert in this field. He has done many wonderful research, much better than me. So I will skip this one. Okay. Next one. Yeah, this is ID detection, defect detection. Next one. Yeah, this defect detection. Next one. Yeah, this is the project that I collaborated with Malaysia Utah University. That we use computer vision to predict the freshness and the ripeness of the bananas. So yeah, I think this is a very interesting project to collaborate with them. Okay, next one. And also we can use the computer vision to classify the quality of the fruit. For example, the mango. Okay, next one. And next one. So during the outbreak of COVID, I think everybody knows that it's at that moment it's very difficult to get the thermal camera. So in our university, because the Ministry of the Education requested the university need to do the temperature screening for every student, for every student. So how could you use when you have no thermal camera, how could you screen students' temperature for every student? So that's a very difficult job. So at that moment we set up our own system by just a thermal sensor and a laptop. The next one. And amazingly, our system is more accurate than the FLIR, because if you have the FLIR thermal system, you will understand the FLIR they detect the whole image. So when you are holding a hot coffee, then the system will give the warning signal, right? But our system, because it was developed by our own self, we understand how to handle this issue. We just focus the temperature on the head part, not the coffee part. So we can ignore this kind of wrong signal. Okay, next one. Yeah, and after that, because we finished this system just using 2 weeks, so you can understand that your implementation skill is very important to, you know, when the university require this kind of system, you need to finish it within 1 week or within 2 weeks. It's very urgent and it's very important to us. So the media post us the news in different kind of platform. Okay, next one. Okay, and this is interesting topic that we can learn how the computer vision to help us practice guitar. Okay, next one. So you can play the video. So you can see that our computer vision system can automatically generate the guitar chord. This is called guitar chords. Okay, so in general, if you the new, okay, if you are new to the guitar, then you need to buy the chord book, right? And it's not so efficient. So, you know, currently you just need to download the video from the YouTube, and we can generate all the chords for you. So you can just follow the video and play the guitar to follow our chords. Okay, and this work we won second prize in our national competition. Okay, next one. Yeah. So how much time do I still have? 7 minutes. Okay. I think I will quickly review this part. Why I review this? Because you know, everybody knows that AI or deep learning is very powerful and very good at object detection, recognition, this kind of tasks, right? So do you know AI model, or we say deep learning, has its own weakness? It's very vulnerable and it's very easy to attack it. So I just show you some example here. Next one. Yeah. So if you do the classification, it's very easy for a deep learning model to recognize this panda, this traffic light, right? And next one. However, if we just need to add some noise, and the noise may not be visible, all right? So for the two images from our human eyes, they are almost identical, right? They are almost the same. However, this image has been added some noise into the image. And when we add the image, the system, our deep learning model, will recognize the traffic light to panda, right? So it's very easy to fool the deep learning model. And it's very dangerous, you know, because if you are driving Tesla, when you see the traffic light, but the system tell you there is a panda in front of you, can you imagine that? That's very dangerous. All right. Okay, next one. So in this work, we are doing the research about the attack, especially we are doing the face recognition attack, because this work was seldom to be discussed in the research. So, but face recognition is so popular in our society now, and it's very important. If somebody can attack your system, face recognition system, it will be very, very dangerous, right? Okay, next one. So this is a traditional way to attack the deep learning model. We can use the noise, and there is an algorithm to teach you how to generate the noise to attack your model, right? Next one. Okay, next one. So if you apply the existing methods to attack the current model, this is a result, all right? This original image, and he is Bruce Lee. But after we add the noise, you can see our model will recognize it as Boo Boo Stewart. I think he's a movie star. I'm not sure. Do you know that? But he's a movie star. So who is Boo Boo Stewart? And you can next. Yeah, this guy is Boo Boo Stewart. I'm not sure. Do you think they are similar? But but when you add noise to the image, it will become Boo Boo Stewart. But this kind of noise is not good, because for our human eyes, we can easily recognize this image is not the original image. It has been attacked, right? So that's the problem that we would like to solve in our proposed method. Okay, next one. Next one. This attack, the current attack methods that you can easily find out on the Google. Okay, if you are interested in understanding what kind of attack methods, you can find this kind of methods. Okay, next one. Yeah, next one. Next one. Next one. And as I mentioned, when you are doing the research, you need to understand the state-of-the-art methods. And this is state-of-the-art methods on face recognition attack. So you can see that most of them are aiding the patch on the face. So just like this one or this one, it's very obvious to find out the patch on the face. And if you add the patch to the face for our computer vision algorithm, we also can very easy to recognize this image is not original. It has been attacked, right? And this one is the latest paper that they use a makeup around the eye. Okay, so obviously this one is much better than previous methods. However, makeup, this kind of method is not easy to realize in real world, you know. So in the digital world, you can use the makeup on the digital image, right? But in real world, how could you make up like this to attack the model? It's not easy. All right. So next one. Next one. So we propose our method. We will focus on the complicated texture area to add our noise. And in our proposed method, we use two kinds of losses to add the noise and also preserve the image quality. Okay, next one. Next one. We use a superpixel and also next one. Two different kinds of losses to achieve our goal. Next one. Yeah, this is the total variance loss to keep the image quality. Okay, next one. Next one. Next one. Next one. Okay, next one. Okay, this is our result. So you can see that after we attack our image, this original one and this our result. So from our human eyes, you cannot distinguish between them, right? And for the attack, we can categorize them into on target and target attack. On target means you just need to make it into the wrong class, right? And target attack means you need to attack a specific person, right? So if you would like to make the Bruce Lee to become the Patricia, then we still can attack it successfully. And next one. Next one. Next one. Next one. Next one. Next one. Okay, next one. Next one. All right. So our proposed system not only successful in the digital field, we are also successful in the real world. So you can see that this is our attack image. We have added the noise into the image, and then we use the printer to print out. So this is a result of the printer. And then we use this paper in front of the camera and attack the model. So we can realize our idea in the real world scenario. Okay, next one. Okay, so you can see that this the result from the printer. You can see the color, and you know the printer is not a digital thing. It has its process, so you can see the color has already changed, but we still can successfully attack the model. Okay, next one. Okay, this is a demo video. The last video. Okay, stop. Okay, so this original video, it is Bruce Lee. Okay, it's Bruce Lee. Okay, the next one. Okay, stop. Yeah, and this another image that we have added the noise on the image, and then Bruce Lee will become Boo Boo Stewart. Okay, so let's show that our system can be successfully used in the real world scenario, and this is very dangerous, right? If someone pretend your identity in front of your house, that's very, very dangerous. Okay, next one. Next one. Yeah, next one. All right. So attack, the model attack is very dangerous. However, it also has its kind of benefits. It is also called camouflage in AI. Attack in other side, we can regard it's good for some cases. So what is the camouflage? Next one. Just like we all know, currently we have the war between Ukraine and Russia, right? So the drone, it will be used to recognize the object on the land. So if the drone find out the tank, maybe it will attack it directly. However, we can use the attack model to camouflage the object. Next one. So how about that? If the drone see the object, but we can use the attack method to camouflage the tank become the car. So the drone maybe just skip it and fly away. Okay, next one. Okay, so this the final slide that I just want to show you. AI is very powerful, but it's vulnerable. It's vulnerable and it's easy to attack. And I have shown you how easy we can attack the model, right? So on the other hand, do we need to design a defense method to defend that kind of attack? Of course, we need to do that, right? So currently, we are not only doing the attack research, we are also defense method to defend all kind of attacks. But the time is it's already run out of time. So maybe I will share with you about how to defend in the next year. Okay, thank you.
Let's give big applause to Professor Lin for very wonderful speech. And I think all of us already have a lot of questions need to ask, but because our time is almost end, so I think we will have maybe 1 or 2 questions from the Zoom participant here. We have Dr. Samsul. So
Yes, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Thank you for the opportunity. Good afternoon, Professor Lin. Nice to meet you here, and thank you for the sharing with you. You have a lot of interesting topic that you share with us. Thank you for that. And I have several. I'm sorry. And I have several questions for you. And I saw from your slide that you mentioned about this rain reduction or rain extraction something. Just remember. And I want to ask you about the data set. How can you collect the data set? Because when we already know that when we use this neural network, we have to get the ground truth for the extract this rain only. So how can you collect the data set? Do you collect by yourself or do you use open data sets? And the second is, have you ever tried that your model to implement it to the real video or to the real world? If you do that, then how about the video quality? Okay, thank you for that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your question. Yeah, that's a very good question. When you are doing the research, you always need to concern about the data set, especially the deep learning part. So yeah, honestly, we use the public data set because you need to compare with the state-of-the-art methods. If you would like to publish your paper into the best journal in the world, there is for the rain removal. This topic there are some public data sets over there. And every rain removal methods will use these data sets to show their results. Yeah. And for the second question is the video quality for which topic?
Same with the same topic, the rain. You use image to extract the rain, right? So have you ever tried it to the real video, real time?
Real video.
Yeah, and how about the video quality?
Yeah, we have used it in the real scenario. Yeah, so it has the same effect, but I didn't show the result here. But you can try because I believe we publish our demo on GitHub, right? So you can just download our model to test the performance of our model, and if it's not good, just email me, okay? Let me understand what's the problem inside our model and let us have the chance to improve our model. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much for Dr. Samsul for the wonderful questions. Do we still have questions or? I think because, okay, one more question, I think. Is it okay? Okay, sure, one more question.
Hello, nice to meet you, sir. For the same one, because extracting the images when it's raining is a bit difficult, I know that, because when we are using it for the real-time video processing, but if any external factors affect the performance of the extraction, but like it's speed of the rain is not similar for the every time, right? Like our pressure and the speed of the rain, so we can not get the clear images of the video when we are extracting the raining. So how it impact the performance? Yeah. For example, if I'm driving the car by myself, I can't see the images away, like 10 meters away, I can't see the proper objectives, like a speed breaker and dates and the people who are roaming over there. So how it will be helpful for me to this one?
Okay, thank you. Thank you for your question. I think when you are dealing with the real problem, sometimes it's slightly different from the research. So in our rain removal research, we focus on the single image rain removal. Okay, so that's a very difficult topic because you just have one single image. But if you have a video, sometimes the problem of the rain will be much relieved because you have a sequence of images, and you can use many images to solve this problem. But when you have just one single image, the difficulties is not different. Okay, yeah.
In fact, like, the speed of the rain, when it's raining too much, like a forcible rain, like we can't see the proper images from there. So extracting the image from it is very difficult. To be frank, we can't get the accurate images if we find of the like objectives like that. So how we can, what do you say, extract like objectives?
Heavy rain, I think.
Yeah, heavy rain.
Heavy rain, right?
Yeah. For heavy rain, I think we also test the heavy rain data set. But as you mentioned, for a real time, for a real case, right? They are very heavy that you cannot see anything in front of you. Actually, I didn't test it. I have no such a video. So, yeah, that's an interesting part that we, doing the research in the deep learning, because when we test it on the public data set, the results are very good, but we have no idea if we use it for real cases. Is it still such good, or is it better or worse? We have no idea. We still need to test it for a long time. Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Okay, I think this is the final question from Ms. Lakshmi from India. Thank you very much for wonderful questions. I think before we close, Professor want to say something for a closing statement. Okay.
Yeah, so I think deep learning or machine learning or computer vision, they are all very interesting topics that everybody should know that, because in our, for example, in our university, every student needs to learn AI. So no matter which field that you are in now, you need to understand AI, and you need to understand, because you don't need to do this kind of research, but you need to understand how to use it to solve your problem. I think that's very important. Okay, thank you, and thank you for Vidya and the conference invite me to be here, and I'm very great and hope to see you very soon again, maybe next year or maybe a few months later. Okay, thank you.
Please give a big applause to Professor Lin. So I would like to express also very huge gratitude from me and the committee of APWiMob, also the Telkom University, to Professor Chiang Lin from UNZ University Taiwan, and we hope can see again Professor Lin in very close time. Okay, I end this section. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, thank you for our amazing speakers and amazing moderator.
In a online we would kindly like to invite all the participants to come to the room because the session will begin shortly. Once again, I would like to kindly invite all the participants to come to the room because the session will begin shortly. We are pleased to have you back, ladies and gentlemen, since we will continue for the next speakers, which is the session that will be held by our beautiful moderators. Currently, he is workers at the lecturer and researchers in the School of Electrical Engineering at Telkom University. His research interests are in the areas of robust signal processing, remote sensing, and last but not least, radar application. Ladies and gentlemen, we would kindly like to invite Dr. Arif Dias Pambudi as our moderator.
Yes. Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Afif Dias Pambudi. It's my pleasure to welcome you here to the Radar Development for Precision Agriculture in the APWiMob 2022 conference. I'm your moderator for this current keynote session. As you might know, radar has been developed to address several problems in various fields, including agriculture. The concept of ground penetrating radar, or so-called GPR, has become a reference in the development of radar in agriculture. Some radar responses to the soil encountered in GPR applications inspired the development of a radar system to identify several parameters of soil conditions. Radar was developed as a sensor that can estimate the number of soil parameters, such as soil water content, soil organic carbon, layer thickness, pollutant levels, and others. As it states in the agenda, we have a great speaker for this topic today. We will have the pleasure of hearing Dr. Aloysius Adia Pramudita presenting about the development of radar system for the mapping of soil water content in agriculture or plantation areas. In the end of the session, there will be opportunity for you all to ask questions to our speaker, and we hope you'll take advantage of that opportunity to find out more. We will end this session at 14:14. If you're staying until the end of the day, of course, there is plenty of time to discuss further about this topic outside of this session. I would like to welcome onto the stage Dr. Pramudita, the director of the Internet of Things Research Center and the head of the Satellite Communication and Radar Laboratory in the Telkom University. Dr. Pramudita, time and place is here.
Okay. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. over the last few years, when we face several situations such as COVID-19 pandemic and also Russian and Ukraine conflict and several extreme natural phenomena such as natural disaster and drought in many places in the world. So from this situation, we can see that the food security, food resource, and also agriculture has become an interesting issues to discuss today. So my name Aloysius Adia Pramudita from Telkom University. I was with Intelligent Sensing IoT Research Center of Telkom University, and one of our research area is on radar system and its application. So today I will talk about the development of radar system for agriculture, and we try to cope several problems in agriculture by developing a radar system. Okay, next please. Okay, before I talk about the development of radar system for agriculture, I show to you several motivation to develop this research, and in this slide I present the data of economic growth that take in two different quarters. The data taken from Central Agency of Statistics Indonesia, and the first data is taken from the second quarter of 2020, and this period is early period when we are facing the pandemic situation, and we know that in this period we could not handle the situation properly. So the pandemic situation give effect to many sectors. However, from this data we can see that the agricultural sector has a positive growth when the other negative. And the second data is taken from third quarter of 2021. This is the period that the pandemic situation relatively can be handled. So the agriculture shown the positive growth, and the other data is the sample of the agriculture commodity report. We take key commodity from the production data and export value data, and from this data we can see that the agriculture commodity relatively stable during pandemic, and from this data we can see that the agricultural sector is a strategic sector that survived during pandemic. It have positive growth, and we have from engineering field actually should be give a contribution in developing the agriculture field. Okay, next. Yeah, the second issue is about sustainable agriculture. So when we are looking at agriculture sector from the sustainable perspective, so we need to consider not only economic aspect but also environmental and social. So next. So the most important is to reach the equilibrium or proper position for all dimensions of sustainability, and it's important to reach the sustainable agriculture. Okay. Next page, please. Okay. Our research actually more focused on the soil water content data, and the soil water content data is important data for agriculture and plantation, and we know that soil is the environment aspect that important for agriculture and plantation, and soil water content part of soil environment. The importance of the soil water content data can be found in, for example, we can determine the irrigation strategy for agriculture and plantation based on soil water content data that we need, and we can also plan and doing the fertilization more precise by using the soil water content data. So the proper soil water content level is required for optimizing the effectiveness of fertilizer. And we know that in many agriculture and plantation area is a large area that we need a method for collecting soil water content data for a large area more faster than the previous existing method. There are several existing methods, for example, gravimetry, conductive, capacitive sensor, and time domain refractimetry sensor. Gravimetry is a method for measuring the soil water content data by taking a sample of soil from a certain location and bring to the lab, and we can compare the weight when in the initial condition and the weight when after drying. And it's take a time, and if we try to use this method for a large area, so we need a large number of samples that need to bring to lab and performing a gravimetry. Okay. Okay, my research intention also basically focus on how to help the problem in fertilization, and the fertilization can be executed more precise. And there are two reasons why we interest to the fertilization in agriculture. When we know that the demand of food and agriculture product is increased rapidly, so it will lead the increase in the use of fertilizer. So the excessive the use of fertilizer will rise several problems. For example, depletes the quality of the soil when the excessive fertilizer perform in our agriculture area. So the material of the fertilizer can increase the acid level of the soil. So it will alter the fertility of the soil. And there are many other natural effects that can be happen when the excessive fertilizer happen. So the second factor is about the fact that the fertilizer takes 40 until 60% of production costs. So when we can perform a precision fertilization, so we can reduce the production cost, and also we can minimize the effect of excessive fertilizer to the environment. Okay, next. Okay, this is actually our research took up this problem. We developed the radar for soil water content. The radar is used to detect or to estimate the soil water content data in agriculture or plantation area. The radar system is mounted in the drone, and drone is used to convey the radar to scan the observed area and collecting the soil water content data in every point in this area. And then the data will send to the desktop unit, and in this desktop unit there are several pre-processing for this data, and before the data upload to the server application. Actually, the sensor that attached in the drone also combined with multispectral camera, and the multispectral camera is used to identify the nutrient deficiency, the probability of nutrient deficiency that occur in the plantation or agriculture. Okay, and after the data received by the desktop application, the server application, actually the server application is decision support system that use also as user interface for operator or a manager in fertilization activity. And this the data that collected by the radar and multispectral camera can be used to determine several precision parameter in fertilization. For example, the correct time when the fertilization can be conducted in the certain area, and also the doses of fertilizer. Okay, next. Okay, this is the design of the radar drone system. There are two main part of the system. The first one is knowledge-based system, and the second one is decision support system. The knowledge-based system consists of drone that convey the radar and other sensor to, in collecting the data over the agriculture or plantation area. And the radar system is used to estimate the soil water content data. And the spectral camera is used to identify the possibility of nutrient deficiency that may occur in the plantation. And the data that, after pre-processing in this part, okay, then the data will be sent to server application, and several process in several application is used to construct the thematic map and to estimate the time of fertilization and fertilization doses, to estimate the fertilization doses. Okay, next. Okay, this is actually the main problem of the radar system when we use the radar system to estimate the soil water content data and the presence of vegetation. And many previous research, there are several approach that use in estimating the soil water content data using radar system, but actually when the method is implemented in this situation when there are vegetation over the soil surface, so it would be inaccurate. And for formulate the problem, we derive the transmission line model that represent the wave propagation from the radar, and in the left side is the model when without vegetation, and the right side is the model with vegetation, presence of vegetation. So we can see difference in this model, only two medium that involved in the propagation of radar wave, and in this model there are three medium that involved in the radar wave. So the presence of vegetation really can be estimated that the presence of vegetation will contribute distortion of the radar detection result. So when we reflect on the top model is a formula or equation that describe the relation between complex permittivity of the soil and the soil water content. So when we obtain this electrical property of the soil, so we have an opportunity to obtain the soil water content data. Okay. Okay, this is our radar design of our radar system. Actually, we use ultra wideband radar that operate in L-band, and based on several previous research, we can find that the L-band signal capable to penetrate the vegetation. So we choose the L-band range for this radar operation, and we also elaborate the static structure when we are using antennas, ultra wideband antennas in transmitter, and also ultra wideband antenna in receiver. Ultra wideband antenna in transmitter connected to power amplifier, and ultra wideband antenna in receiver connect to low noise amplifier, and we use mini VNA to perform frequency synthesizer for wide range frequency, and we use mini PC to perform signal processing of the radar signal. And we also use a GPR receiver to collect the location of the radar system when taking the measurement. And this is the shielding box for this device, and the upper side is shielding for RF circuit, and the lower side is shielding box for antenna part. And this is the complete dimension as listed in this table, and this is the picture of the radar prototype. And the radar has frequency range from 500 MHz to 3 GHz with transmit power of minus 14 dB, and the total weight is about 2.3 km. And the radar have time domain directional radiation pattern, and also have low ringing level, less than minus 30 dB after 35 centimeter. Okay, next. Okay, to generate the ultra wideband signal, we use step frequency continuous wave configuration, and basically the step frequency continuous wave configuration is transmitting several sinusoidal signal with different frequency, and the magnitude and pace of each sinusoidal frequency can be determined from the Fourier transform of the signal that will be generated. Okay, this is the time frequency diagram of the step frequency continuous wave signal. From the interval between 0 to T1, the radar will generate the signal, sinusoidal signal with frequency of F1, and from the T1 to T2, the radar will generate the sinusoidal signal with frequency of F2, and so on. And when we have determined the target signal that will be generated, the first step is computing the Fourier transform of the signal or function that will generate, and we can obtain magnitude and phase response, and doing a sampling in frequency domain, and we can determine the magnitude and phase of each sample in frequency domain, and the data can be used to frequency synthesizer to generate the target signal. Okay, in the receiver, every sinusoid signal that generate in radar will be detected after reflected by the target and sum up and followed by the full shaping to obtain the reconstruct signal that we can process further to identify what happened in the target. Okay, next. Okay, antenna is important part also in radar system, and to serve the ultra wideband radar system, so we need also the antenna with ultra wideband property. We elaborate ellipsoid self-complementary structure to obtain the ultra wideband property of the antenna, and this is the complete dimension of the antenna. And this is the picture of the antenna realization. We fabricate the antenna in on the RO4003 substrate from Roger. And okay, next. And this is the performance of ultra wideband antenna that is in this radar, the proposed radar, and the upper side graph represent the S11 or reflection coefficient in the antenna terminal. This is the comparison between simulation and measurement, and we can see that the result have a good agreement, and the antenna has a good impedance matching over wide frequency range from 0.97 to 3.4 GHz. So actually in designing the ultra wideband antenna, the most important parameter that need to be considered is about distortion of the signal that transmitted by the antenna. Usually we can call a ringing level. And we also observe the transmit waveform and compare with existing antenna, the Vivaldi antenna. And this is the comparison between the proposed antenna and the Vivaldi antenna. And we can see that the ringing, the fluctuation, ringing is fluctuation after the main pulse that contribute by the proposed antenna is lower than the Vivaldi, the existing antenna. Okay, next. Okay, this is the ringing level measurement result, and from this result, we can see that the ringing level reaches minus 30 dB. Usually, we use minus 30 dB as a reference to determine to measure the performance of the radar system, referring to the ringing level. And the ringing level reaches less than minus 30 dB after propagation distance of 35 centimeter. And the minimum target distance of about 17 centimeter need to be considered regarding this research to avoid the interference from the direct pulse. So respecting to the agricultural application that the radar is mounted in the drone and drone flight with elevation more than 1 meter above the vegetation. So this result is quite acceptable for the application. Okay. Next, Mas. Okay, this is the measurement result on the radiation pattern, the antenna radiation pattern. And we perform a time domain radiation pattern measurement for ultra wideband observation. And the upper side is radiation pattern in ZY plane, and the lower side is radiation pattern in ZX plane. And from these two section of radiation pattern plane, we can see that the radiation pattern have the directive radiation pattern. Okay, next. Okay, we also observe the linearity of the radar of the antenna in the radar system, and from this result we can. This is the phase response as S21, and this is the magnitude response of S21. And this actually S21 can be similar with the transfer function between transmit and receive antenna. So from this result, we can see that the transfer function of the transmit and receive antenna have linear phase, and it's give a guarantee that the antenna contribute low distortion. So this is the receive signal that obtained when the radar is radiated the signal into the ground, and we can see that the soil reflection is clearly detected in this side. And this is the direct propagation from transmit antenna to receive antenna. Okay, next. Okay, this is the drone distance that used to convey the radar over the plantation area to scan and collect the data. We use a hexacopter with the maximum payload of 5 kilogram, and we control the flight at relative constant altitude of the ground surface. It used to avoid the error in detection, and this is the main the list of main part of the drone. Okay, next. Okay, based on the transmission line model that derive from the wave propagation of the radar when there are vegetation over the soil layer, so we can derive the transmission line model like this. And from this model, we can actually we need to the target distance as reflection coefficient of the soil. So when we obtain the reflection coefficient of the soil, we can convert the data into complex permittivity of the soil. However, the radar obtain the reflection coefficient that influenced by the vegetation layer. So this is the stream of analysis, and this is the stream to extract. In extracting the expected information, soil water content from the obtained data. The obtained data is a reflection coefficient that influenced by the vegetation layer. So we can use this model to develop inference method and obtain the estimate soil water content data. After we obtain the compact fluidity of the soil, so we can use the top model formula to estimate the soil water content data. Okay, next. Okay, we start to study the effect of the vegetation and radar wave propagation. So basically, when the electromagnetic wave propagate through a certain medium, so we can calculate or we can measure the propagation constant that consists of attenuation constant and phase constant. So this is the example of the result when the electromagnetic wave pass through the vegetation layer. In the left side, the vegetation height is 50 centimeter, and the left side and the right side, the vegetation height is 100 centimeter. So basically, when the vegetation layer higher, so the effect on the radar wave propagation will more higher, and the discrepancy between the expected result and the obtained result will be larger. Okay, next. So we use the inference method and construct the computation based on the inference method to obtain the soil water content data. And this is the step to obtain the soil water content data. We acquisition the radar signal from the RF circuit and performing signal reconstruction. This is the signal reconstruction step. We start with setting the frequency range and frequency step, and then followed by S21 data acquisition, and arrange the S21 data that acquisition into FFT sequence that can be processed into inverse Fourier transform. We also insert zero weighting if the number of S21 data n less than FFT size that we need to calculate. So after signal reconstruction, we perform the inference method. Inference method is used to convert the Mercure reflection coefficient into soil water content data, and then collecting the result, and the result coupled with the GPS data, so we can create a thematic map that consists of soil water content data. Okay, next. Okay, this is the experiment setup that employ to estimate the attenuation constant and phase constant of the vegetation layer. So we can perform for any vegetation to obtain the alpha and beta, to obtain the attenuation constant and phase constant of the vegetation layer. So this is the important data that need to be obtained to to perform the inference method. So this is the several results that show the effect of vegetation. There are two effects that can appear in this result. The vegetation will change the amplitude, will decrease the amplitude, and also contribute a phase shift of the reflected signal. The upper side is the reflected signal when there are no vegetation, and the second one is reflected signal when there are vegetation with 60 centimeter, and the third one is reflected signal with vegetation height of 100 centimeter. And we can see that the phase shift is higher for the higher vegetation height. So from this phase shift, when we detect when we estimate the phase shift of the reflected signal, we can also estimate the height of vegetation layer, and we can use the data to obtain the soil water content data from inference method. Okay, next. Masih lama ya. Okay, this is the experiment result that conducted in tea plantation area. We collect the data from three blocks. The first block have average height of 70 centimeter. The second block have average height of 90 centimeter, and the third block have average height of 80 centimeter. So the black mark is the result from the proposed method. The blue mark is the result when ignoring the vegetation presence, and the red mark is the result from gravimetry. We use gravimetry as a ground truth. And every block we take several sample of measurement and making averaging, and the result plot in this graph. And this is the result for block 1 experiment that conducted in block 1, and this is the result of the experiment that conducted in block 3. Okay, from this overall result, we can obtain that the maximum deviation of the estimate result by applying the proposed method is 44%, and the estimate accuracy is reached 96%, with total root mean square of 2.228%. Okay, next. And when we have finished to collect the soil water content data, then we can plot the data into map. And this is some example of the thematic map. It consists of the distribution of soil water content in plantation area. Okay, next. Okay, this is the other example of our experiment result. Next. Okay, this is finally this is the conclusion of our talk today. We have developed the ultra wideband radar drone for estimating the soil water content data on the plantation that have an advantage being fast and accurate in collecting the soil water content data. And we use the step frequency continuous wave configuration with the frequency range of 500 MHz to 3 GHz, and the radar wave is capable to penetrate the tree vegetation and we can overcome the influence of vegetation and improve the accuracy, and we obtain the accuracy, the final accuracy is about 96%. Okay, I think this is all my presentation. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Pramudita, for presenting this very interesting result. Now we have a question and answer sessions. If you have a question, please raise your hand and state your name and your affiliation. So maybe also from the Zoom attendees. No question from the Zoom attendees. Okay, so I will start with a question from my interest. As you mentioned in this presentation, Dr. Pramudita, that this radar application have a challenge with level of vegetation in real application. And so as we know, in the real application, there are different type of vegetation. Have you, like, for example, tried to different type of vegetation outside of the one that you presented the slide?
Okay, actually we don't try the application in different type of vegetation, but we have planned to try the application to different kind of plantation area. So basically this method can be customized regarding the plantation type. The important data that we need first before we apply this method is we need to characterize the plantation area. We need to measure first the alpha and beta, attenuation constant and phase constant of the plantation.
Okay, thank you. And is there any question from the audience? Yeah. It's napping time at this time. Go to sleep. Yeah. Okay, and yeah, we still have actually 10 minutes or so, but yeah, we started quite late the session, and yeah, maybe it's also a good time to end maybe the session, so we will not have like further program delayed. Yeah, so if there is no question, I will finish this session, and thank you once again for Dr. Pramudita for presenting these interesting research results, and give a big applause to Dr. Pramudita. Yeah, and I hope you will enjoy the rest of the conference, and see you next time. And Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, once again, I would like to say thank you for all of our speakers and their amazing moderators too. I would like to all of you to clap your hands to give them applause. Let's give them applause. Thank you, and thank you for our speakers and moderators. It's been a long day, and I know that all of you having fun and enjoying our event too. So we would like to give you a little toilet break, or maybe for all of you that maybe would like to take a breather, so you could get back to our parallel session shortly after this. So for all of you that would like to take a breather, or maybe would like to have a little toilet break, you could go from now. Thank you.
honorable invited speakers from all around the world, Vice Rectors, Board of Directors, and Dean of Telkom University, audience of IEEE Asia Pacific Conference on Wireless and Mobile 2022, distinguished guests, respected scholars, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to APWiMob Gala Dinner 2022. Tonight's dinner is to mark our final journey with us and all of you. This is our chance to spend time with each other and also to express gratitude to everyone that has been doing their best today. So without any further delay, we would like to invite Dr. Fafian Dewanta as the chair of APWiMob 2022 once again to give some opening speech to welcome our wonderful guests and might as well lead the APWiMob Best Paper Award 2022. You are welcome to the stage.
Okay. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good night, my dear colleague, researcher, academia, presenter, and all of the participants of the APWiMob 2022. I'm glad to be here to present the Best Paper Award, and also I would like to remind you about the tomorrow city tour to the Kawah Putih. And okay, for the on-site participant, tomorrow we will have one-day city tour to the Kawah Putih, and okay. Tomorrow we will gather at the Gedung Bangkit of Telkom University at 7. We will go to the Kawah Putih to the southern of the Bandung. So it's around 1.5 hours from Telkom University, and from here to Telkom University it will take around 30 minutes. So I hope we can enjoy our last event in the APWiMob 2022 together to enjoy the beautiful scenery at Kawah Putih. Kawah Putih is a crater in the southern of Bandung, and this is very famous for the tourism. There are a lot of tourists come to Kawah Putih to enjoy the beautiful color of the crater. And then please, for you that want to enjoy the Kawah Putih, please gather at least 6:45 at the Telkom University, and we will go by bus together to the Kawah Putih at 7. And then, yes, this is the gather point for the one-day city tour at Gedung Bangkit or Rectorate of Telkom University. You can go there by taxi or by Grab or by other transportation, and then please tell the driver that you want to the Telkom University Rectorate building or Gedung Bangkit, or you can say to the driver that you want to go to the gate number 3 of the Telkom University. From there you can directly walk straight to the Gedung Bangkit. And then the last, I would like to present the Best Paper Award. Okay, first for the fundamental track, Best Paper Award goes to paper fusion-based direction of arrival estimation with spatial diversity in multi-cluster system. The author is Mutmainah Hasib, Sitamparanan Kandipan, and Winro, and also Akram from yes, from the Australia, if I don't forget. And then okay, please give applause. And then the second Best Paper Award goes to human activity detection employing full type 2D place pulse estimation with LSTM. And with the author Suto Setiadi, Willy Anugrah Cahyadi, Husneni Mukhtar, Jin Chen Lee, and Wei Tiang Hong. Okay, please keep pause. This is for the imaging services, security, and application for mobile and wireless track. And the last best paper goes to water pollution monitoring system, several point location using the Internet of Things. With the author Gelar Gemilang, Zulkarnain, Brahmantia Aji Pramudita, and also Istiqomah for the mobile and wireless network tracks. Okay, that's all for the best paper award. And then please enjoy the gala dinner. We will have time to talk with each other and to make a new connection, new research colleague, and etc. I hope you can enjoy this gala dinner, and we can close this session with happy and new idea after we have a lot of presentation and also new friend here. And we hope we can enjoy together Kawah Putih in the tomorrow event. That's all from me, and see you again at APWiMob 2023. Oh, okay. Okay, I would like to give the award. I'm sorry, I forget. First, I will call Gelar Gemilang Zulkarnain. Okay, please come forward. Okay. Okay. Okay, the second best paper award goes to Suto Setiadi. Is there anyone from this paper, human activity detection employing full type 2D? No one? Okay, so the rest online. Okay, so the rest of the certificate will be sent by email. And that's all from me, and please enjoy the gala dinner.
Once again, please give applause to our winners. Ladies and gentlemen, now we would like to invite our honored guests to enjoy the mouth-watering dishes prepared for tonight's event. Please feel free to eat and enjoy the moment. The dinner will be in the room beside this room. Please enjoy.